$2 pistol to the announce area, please. $2 pistol to the announce area. I need $2 pistol to the announce area, please. I need captains and alternates to center track, please. Captains and alternates to center track, please.
All right. Do we need to switch over your HDMI? Hey, are you on for scoreboard? HDMI cord? Do we need to switch? Yeah. If you're done.
Good evening, Derby fans. Welcome to the House of Quad. Welcome to North Texas Derby Revolution Roller Derby. My name is Piggy Fatness. It is my pleasure to be with you here tonight for Championship Night as we have the home team championships later this evening between the Main Street Mafia and the Hickory Street Hooligans. Joining me on the mic tonight, please say hello to Shelbytron Prime.
Hi everyone, great to be here, really excited. We've got some awesome games. I'm really looking forward to the men and of course the heavy sought battle of the championship game.
Go right into the mic. Right into
Okay.
It's going to be a fantastic night of Derby. Right now, before we get to the action, we ask that you please rise, remove any head covers as we prepare to honor America. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome recording artist Preston Cole.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it for Preston Cole.
I'm up now.
Before we get to the Derby action, we would like to take a moment, a very special moment, to honor a fallen friend. Hannah Bicknell, also known as Iron Mayhem, a skater in our junior roller derby league, the Rolling Rebellion, passed away earlier this month after battling with depression. Mayhem was much loved by her derby teammates for her quiet dedication to roller derby and her compassion and patience with our newer skaters. We will always remember Mayhem skating alongside her father and brother, helping them learn how to skate and play roller derby. She was a beautiful young woman, and we will miss her. Our hearts go out to her family as they cope with their profound loss at her untimely passing. Mayhem and her family will always have a special place in our derby community. In remembrance of Mayhem and those who've left us too soon to depression and suicide, we ask for a moment of silence so that we can bear witness to Mayhem's family's loss. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to begin with the introductions of our teams for our first bout of the night. The Dirty Mother Truckers taking on One Direction. Introducing first, the skaters of One Direction. Bring up the music just a tad. Beginning with number 0, Air Force Juans. Number 1, The Chosen Juan. Number 1775, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Number 430, Juan is Enough. Wearing number 505, One Hit Wonder. Number 6, Juno Want This. Number 7 is Juan Solo. Wearing number 8, Juani Knoxville. Number 88, Juan.
Just one.
Wearing number 99, Ain't Juan. The captains of One Direction, co-captain number 33, Juan Quixote. And the captain, number 18, Juan for the road. Coaching tonight, bench coach Viet Juan and Alice in Wonderland. Derby fans, give it up for Juan Direction.
All right, next up we have the Dirty Mother Truckers. Number 0, Just Matt. Number 13, Beast Jerky. Number 26, Echoberry Jam. Number 32, Haterade. 4, Tip. 448, skating as Iron Mayhem this evening. 50, Taco. 712, Bulk Bogan. 8455, Himcules. 9, Rhino. And number 986, Dr. Feelgood. Coaching the Dirty Mother Truckers, we have the Little Mermaid and Planet of the Skates.
We are set for our first bout of this evening, championship night, here at the House of Quad in North Texas Derby Revolution. Shelmatron Prime, this bout is going to be between Juan Direction and Dirty Mother Truckers, all representatives of Texas Men's Roller Derby, here to do battle tonight.
Yes, I'm very excited. Both teams have phenomenal athletes. They're great competitors. I expect to see a really amazing, fast-paced game.
As important as our championship bout is later this evening, this one, nothing to sneeze at, as these two teams are ready to go at it for us here this evening. Kind of curious to know, where are the fans of the Dirty Mother Truckers? Oh, they're resting, okay. How about fans of Juan Direction? Moments away from the start of this first bout, on the jam line for Juan Direction is Juan Knoxville, facing off against Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers. And we are underway, jam number 1 in this bout.
Dirty Mother Truckers really putting in some awesome defense, holding back Juan Knoxville.
Juan Direction pulling back Dr. Feelgood quite a bit, but goes right after him into turn 1. Track cut is the call on Dr. Feelgood, and he will visit Big Mikey's penalty box to start out the evening.
Juan Knoxville taking a really great hit by Rhino of the Dirty Mother Truckers, still holding him back. Lead still available at this point because of Dr. Feelgood's penalty.
Rhino with another solid shot to force out Juan Knoxville. Dirty Mother Truckers doing a good job of holding him back, but a back block is called on Juan Knoxville.
If this first jam is any indication of how the rest of the game is going to play out, I'm really excited to see what happens. It's going to be hard-hitting and fast-paced all night.
Dr. Feelgood still trying to get through, and on the inside line, he clears the pack. Dr. Feelgood still trying to break through for a scoring pass, but held back by Juan Direction. Nice blocking on the inside by Ain Juan.
Juan Knoxville getting another track cut penalty.
Jam comes to a close, but 2 quick penalties on Wani Knoxville. We'll look to see if that makes an impact going forward. 6 points for the Dirty Mother Truckers to open up the scoring here after jam number 1.
Jamming for the Dirty Mother Truckers on a power jam, we've got Echoberry Jam.
It's a power start for the Truckers. Full set of blockers for Juan Direction on the track.
One Direction setting up a really interesting wall, really trying to prevent Echoberry Jam from getting through, getting some offensive help from his teammates. Able to jump by that inside apex of turn 3 and 4, picking up lead jammer.
Echoberry Jam showing some nice skills, trying to get through that pack. He gets forced out.
One Direction trying to keep him off of those inside lines. They know that he's really agile on his feet. Echoberry Jam picking up a grand slam of 5 points. First one of our game tonight. Echoberry Jam calling off the jam. Picking up 3 more points for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Yeah. Are you going directly in? Because your volume is way, I mean,
Yeah.
they're not hearing you, so let's move the, well, that's all we can do.
Next jam is getting set.
Okay, try that now. Introduce the jammers that way we can see.
On this jam, we have Tip for Dirty Mother Truckers going up against... I can't tell who that is. Juan Quixote.
Juan Quixote caught behind a 3 wall by the Truckers. And Tip, lead jammer for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Dr. Feelgood trying to bridge back. Juan Quixote holding him back. Rhino passing him off. Some great recycling from the Dirty Mother Truckers. Tip sneaking by that inside line of turn 1 and 2, picking up a grand slam of 5 points.
It is all Dirty Mother Truckers here in the early going. Only 5 minutes gone, though.
Three more points for the Dirty Mother Truckers before that jam was called, leaving our score at One Direction 0, 27 Dirty Mother Truckers.
All this next down, I'm going to go out there and figure out what's going on with
it. Back on the line for One Direction is Obi-Wan Kenobi, facing off against Echoberry Jam.
Echoberry Jam getting kind of hung up on that outside line there. Wasn't exactly sure who hit him out, so he was able to go back behind everyone to avoid getting that penalty. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan Kenobi picking up lead jammer for One Direction.
Obi-Wan Kenobi tangling with the Dirty Mother Truckers wall, getting a little bit of help from his teammates. Four points on the board for One Direction after that pass. Another strong wall by One Direction, slowing down Echoberry Jam. The track cut is drawn, and Echoberry Jam will report to the Big Mikey's penalty box. We're at 22 minutes, 44 seconds. 8 points on the board for Juan Direction, 29 for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Here in bout number 1 of a doubleheader. Power start for Juan Direction. Juan in Knoxville wearing the star.
One Direction really scrambling, trying to get Juan in Knoxville through. Juan in Knoxville is lead jammer for One Direction.
Dirty Mother Truckers trying to set up a four wall. Juan in Knoxville gets on the outside seam very quickly and makes the pass, but forced to the infield and will have to recycle.
Hickory Jam sneaking through that inside line. Not before Juan in Knoxville is able to pick up 5 points.
Next jam getting set, Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers, Juan Quixote for Juan Direction. Last minute hit by Air Force One sends Dr. Feelgood to the infield and back.
Really great defense by Dirty Mother Truckers, trying to hold back Juan Quixote.
Lead jammer signal goes to Dr. Feelgood after almost a full rotation.
Just Matt at the back of the pack trying to keep Juan Quixote from getting through. Just Matt called on a forearm penalty.
Juan Direction not making it easy for Dr. Feelgood. Able to take a pass on the outside, puts up 5 for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Jam called for time. Dirty Mother Truckers able to pick up 5 more points.
Sorry, real technical. I hold it here because you're blocking the. Yeah.
Maybe that's
it. Next jam getting set, Dirty Mother Truckers sent out Tip. Facing off against Juan.
Juan running into some impressive defense by the Dirty Mother Truckers. Trying to get through, picking up lead jammer, hopefully.
Just as Tip looked like he'd gotten past that row of blockers, he gets blocked to the outside and has to recycle back. One Direction continuing with some nice defense.
Really impressive defense from both teams. Each jammer's been held back for an entire lap at this point. That's frustrating for any player.
Back block penalty is signaled on Juan as that jam comes to a close. So this will be a power start for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Hickory jamming for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Has another opportunity to start on a power jam. One Direction up at the pivot line trying to take advantage, being able to hold him back. Some really fantastic footwork from everybody out there on the track right now. It is just crazy to see. Hickory Jam picking up lead jammer for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan, number 88, being called for an illegal re-entry.
Hickory Jam continues his run. Track cut, though, as a skate hit out of bounds, and he is called on the cut. He'll go to the penalty box, and we will have a switch out approaching the halfway point of this first period.
What you did?
For those of you that cannot see the penalty box, Juan has not re-entered the game because he's fixing his numbers.
Haterade with some strong defensive work, holding back.
Juan,
But he gets through. So we're at the halfway point of period number one. Right now, Dirty Mother Truckers at 43. One Direction was 16. But throughout this first 15 minutes, Shelbytron Prime, strong defensive work from both sides.
absolutely. It's been a very heavily defensive game. Very fast-paced. It's very, very hard to keep up with. There's a lot of things to see.
The Dirty Mother Truckers got out to a quick start, but have really been slowed down over the last few jams.
Both of those jammers actually were able to jump the apex right there in turn one. It's always theatrical to see.
Low block penalty called on Juan in Knoxville. He'll report to the Big Mikey's penalty box. Feelgood takes a huge hit and forced out by Juan for the road.
Able to get by, though, on that inside. Picking up 5 points. Looks like the teams might be slowing it down a little bit. Dr. Fieldbed squeaking by again, picking up another 5 points. That's one of the most impressive things about men's derby is they have such control over where they accelerate and when they really slow down their pack to try and control things.
We've seen this a couple of times over the course of this first period is, as you mentioned, that change in speed. Inside line pass, Juan in Knoxville puts up 4 for One Direction.
Dr. Feelgood trying to sneak by that inside, but he was stopped by Air Force Juan. Went for another apex jump. Juan for the road, hitting him out, bridging back. Juan Knoxville getting by, picking up 5 points for One Direction.
Feel good. Jumping over an attempted block, puts up 4 for the Truckers as that jam comes to a close.
That was an incredibly physical jam. I saw a lot of shoulder hitting, a lot of footwork, a lot of very, very quick feet, fast movement, bridging backwards. That's really everything you want to see in high-level derby.
It goes along with that slowing of the pack that you mentioned a moment ago. There's going to be that much more impact. And we'll see what One Direction has planned to try to close this differential of 30 points. Hickory wearing the star for the Dirty Mother Truckers, facing off against Juan Quixote for One Direction.
Beautiful offensive help from Just Matt, letting Haterade pick up lead jammer for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Danced up that inside line there, distracting everybody.
Direction of play penalty being called on Tip. He'll report to the box. Haterade working against the 2-wall on the front side, forced out, but quickly back in. Through for 5 is Haterade.
Juan Quixote getting out. And Haterade calls off the jam.
Good job, Kyle.
Timeout has been signaled by the Dirty Mother Truckers. We're at 11 minutes 2 seconds on the clock. 27 for One Direction, 64 for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Want to take a moment to say thank you to our House of Quad sponsors, Texas Institute of Orthopedics and Sports Surgery in Grapevine. Check them out at www.tiosonline.net. Also, a big thank you to Kendall Chiropractic and Acupuncture in Southlake. KendallCare.com is where you can find them. And as always, we want to say thank you to Southwell Massage, our very own Fluffy the Great here in Louisville at southwellmassage.com. Strong hitting, hard work being shown by both of these teams, Dirty Mother Truckers and One Direction, both representing Texas Men's Roller Derby, which has made a huge impact, Shelbytron Prime, on the world of the Men's Roller Derby Association.
Absolutely. They always bring a lot of enthusiasm. They bring a lot of energy everywhere that they go. They've made a name for themselves traveling at nationally ranked tournaments. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this team does in the coming year. I think there's a lot of growth to be had.
I think the success that we see is credit to what we're watching right now, and that is the way they compete amongst themselves, constantly raising the bar to improve and continue to make their run through the MRDA. I believe recently they took down the number 2 team in the MRDA, the St. Louis Gatekeepers. Not an easy thing to do, and they did it.
Definitely bragging rights. Back on the track, we have Rhino for the Dirty Mother Truckers going up against Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi picking up lead jammer for One Direction. One for the road, really not letting Rhino have it easy to get through the pack.
Rhino not an easy jammer to get and hold back, but right now One Direction doing a number.
That's one thing that is so interesting about men's derby is just the sheer amount of power that all of these players have, and they all use it differently. It's very interesting to watch.
On the outside, Obi-Wan Kenobi, but a track cut is called. He will report to the penalty box. And this will be Power Jam, Dirty Mother Truckers.
Rhino still fighting off against the Chosen One. For For those of you at home, everyone on One Direction has Juan in their name. That's why we keep saying it.
Speaking of that, thank you so much for joining us on HOQ TV. One Direction in purple. In the black jerseys is the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Obi-Wan Kenobi looking to hopefully get some offensive help from teammate Ain't One. Able to sneak up that inside line there. It's no longer lead jammer.
Will go the full 2 due to the penalty.
And they were so sneaky on Dirty Mother Truckers, we missed a star pass to tip. I didn't even see them do it.
I did not see it either. It's the talent of this team that they fool even us up here from the best seat in the house. 64 for the Dirty Mother Truckers, 32 for One Direction, 8 minutes, 43 seconds. The clock is moving here in period number 1. Interesting matchup now. Juan Knoxville for One Direction, Eckleberry Jam for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Eckleberry's had quite a few good jams already here.
Yes, he's a very effective jammer. He is one of the newer players to the teams, I believe, but he's very, very tenacious, and he's very diligent in what he does. Juan Knoxville flying by that inside, picking up lead jammer for One Direction, with Eckleberry Jam just hot on his trail.
Juan Knoxville saying it's my turn. Took that turn pretty quick, and now looking to score.
Juan Knoxville calling off the jam. He also is one of those players that just pays attention to everything. He looks at everyone on the track all the time and is very, very effective at calling off jams quickly and at the exact perfect time.
That last pass garnered him 2 points for One Direction. Differential stays at 30. It's almost like we've reached a stalemate between these two teams after a fast start by the Dirty Mother Truckers. So this differential is a bit deceiving.
Juan Coyote going up against Dr. Feelgood on this jam. As you were saying, Piggy, you're exactly right. These teams have started to figure out kind of what the game is for each other. Juan Coyote picking up lead jammer, Dr. Feelgood racing up on him, gonna try and maintain that lead.
And just like you mentioned, the pack speed changes with a 4-wall being established by the Dirty Mother Truckers, forcing Juan Quixote to, well, back block is the call. He'll report to the Big Mikey's penalty box. This is Power Jam, Dirty Mother Truckers.
I'm really curious to see how these penalties pan out in the second half. I think that'll be a big game changer. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood picking up 5 more points for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
One Direction with a 2-all on the front side. Dirty Mother Truckers coming in to destroy that wall, but that bridge is heading back as they were able to successfully get Dr. Feelgood off the track with some nice hits.
Dr. Feelgood breaking apart that One Direction wall, sneaking by that inside, picking up 4 points. Dirty Mother Truckers not looking to let up on that hold they have at the front of the pack. They want to maintain control if they can.
That has been the story of the bout so far. Dirty Mother Truckers' walls are solid.
Dr. Feelgood almost losing it there on that outside line. Still sneaking by. Looks like he's trying to call off the jam, but he's not lead, so Major Fubar's not going to allow it to happen. He did pick up 4 points on that pass. Jam is called for time.
Derby fans, let's hear it for both these teams. Dirty Mother Truckers, One Direction battling hard as we approach 5 minutes left in this first period. Want to say welcome to the House of Quad and welcome to North Texas Derby Revolution, to the Denton Camera Club. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. We look forward to all the awesome work you guys are doing with those cameras.
Eckleberry Jam up for the Dirty Mother Truckers, going against Juan Knoxville again for One Direction. It looks like this is going to be one of those rotations that we see rather frequently tonight.
Credit to the Dirty Mother Truckers. Rhino, Taco, working alongside their teammates, Hickory and Just Matt, making life difficult for Juan Knoxville.
Hickory Jam was called lead jammer, but he was hit out by Juan. He's been bridged back.
In the meantime, Juan Knoxville track cut. Skate came down on the infield. The penalty is called. That's going to become important given the number of penalties that have already been called on Juan Knoxville.
Absolutely, and I think that might be some of the Dirty Mother Truckers' MO tonight. I think they're really planning to utilize penalties, which is very, very smart strategically from any team. Hickory Jam really fighting through right there. This is still that first pass. He's calling off that jam.
77 on the board for the Dirty Mother Truckers, 38 for One Direction. Under 3.5 minutes left to go, period number one. Here on championship night here at North Texas Derby Revolution. Later tonight, the NTDR Home Team Championships will be settled. The Main Street Mafia and the Hickory Street Hooligans set to do battle once again for all the marbles.
Tip going up against Juan for the road. Longtime teammates, those two. Both defensive lines kind of holding back, seeing what the jammers are going to do. They're waiting on the jammers to act first.
Dirty Mother Truckers in a position where they can afford to do that. One Direction, we'll see if that strategy pays off.
Tip is lead jammer this jam. One for the road, still pushing to get through, which he does on that inside line. Tip picking up 4 points and calling off the jam. Another thing I've noticed, a lot of these men players are really just using the rule to their advantage. They're not doing really large, flamboyant call-offs. They're just keeping it very small, very close to the hips. Rulebook states you only have to touch the hips twice, and it doesn't say you have to make a big show of it, so they're using that ability to their advantage.
Juan Knoxville on the line for One Direction, taking on Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan Knoxville skates through on the outside, picks up lead jammer. Dr. Feelgood had been forced to the infield and now absorbing several huge hits.
Juan really trying to keep Dr. Feelgood from getting by. Does it anyway.
Quick pass for 4 by Juan Knoxville, and the jam is called. Under a minute. 81, Dirty Mother Truckers, 42 for One Direction. Next jam getting set, Hickory Jam back on the track for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan Quixote for One Direction.
Both jammers pushing, trying to get through the straightaway. Hickory Jam running into some really fantastic partner blocking defense by One Direction, able to sneak by that outside line, picking up lead jammer. He is just so agile. I cannot get over watching him play.
You mentioned it earlier. He's one of those newer skaters. I'm amazed at the progress he's made in, I think, just a year's time.
Yes, I believe that you're right, and it's just that footwork. He's just incredible at it. Once again, picking up some points, getting 3 this time.
And we are at halftime. Derby fans, let's hear it for the Dirty Mother Truckers in Juan direction. 15 minutes halftime between these two teams, and we'll be back for more Derby action in just a few minutes. Thank you to those of you online at HOQ TV. We'll be right back with more Derby action in just a bit. Quick update on the halftime time. We are at 7 minutes, 45 seconds till more Derby action. 10-minute halftimes. Don't forget, go by the merch booth, pick up some North Texas Derby Revolution swag. Also go by the Huck Wagon, check out what's going on there. And right now, on the track is the Main Street Mafia warming up for their battle later tonight for the home team championships. We'll be right back with more Derby action. We need captains and co-captains to center track, please. Captains and co-captains to center track, please. All right, Derby fans, we are just a few moments away from period number 2 between Juan Direction and Dirty Mother Truckers. Shelbytron Prime, it has been quite a hard-hitting bout so far.
Yes, yes it has.
We are getting the signal that we are ready to go by head referee Slick Shoes. So we will get both teams back on the track and ready for jam number 1 of period number 2. Juan Direction with 42-84, Dirty Mother Truckers, 30 minutes to a finish here in bout 1 of championship night here at North Texas Derby Revolution.
So I think our biggest thing this half is definitely going to be looking at the penalties and how they control the clock, because a 40-point lead is nothing in Derby. Honestly, that could easily be caught in a couple really good power jams. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens.
Indeed. Really only one skater with 4 penalties, so we'll see how that plays out over the course of the next few minutes. Eckleberry Jam for the Dirty Mother Truckers, Juan Knoxville for Juan Direction.
Juan Knoxville picking up lead jammer.
Eckleberry Jam caught behind Juan Direction. Scoots through on the outside. Eckleberry Jam makes his initial pass.
Looked like Himcules took a pretty powerful hit there to the outside of turn 1.
Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers, Juan Quixote for Juan Direction. Juan Direction down 1 blocker due to penalty.
Juan Quixote calling off the jam. Looks like Dirty Mother Truckers are controlling their penalties pretty well from what I can see on the penalty board. I think the most they have for any given player is 2.
That is the case at this point. As we get set, Juan Knoxville on the line facing off against Eckleberry Jam. Empty penalty box.
Eckleberry Jam squeaking by that inside line. Not lead. It's a no pass, no penalty. Swanee Knoxville calling off that jam. Took a fall, didn't think he'd be able to recover.
Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan Quixote for Juan Direction. Lead jammer call goes to Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Three points picked up on that pass.
8-1 pushing up, trying to get lead jammer.
Juan dancing on the outside line, but the lead jammer call goes to Eckleberry Jam for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Just Matt bridging back 8-1. Really big shoulder hit from Rhino on 8-1.
Track cut is the call on Eckleberry Jam. This will open up a power jam opportunity for Juan Direction. A much needed power jam opportunity.
Trying to get through. Hesitated, got swallowed back up by the pack. Meanwhile, Eckleberry Jam sneaking in, getting 4 points. Eckleberry called back to the penalty box for a track cut.
Official review has been signaled. We'll get an update on this official review in just a bit. Once again, thank you to those of you joining us on HOQ TV, online, on YouTube. If you're just joining us, this is bout number 1 of tonight's doubleheader. Juan Direction taking on the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan Direction in purple, Dirty Mother Truckers in black. And what has been a hard-hitting bout. Right now, it's advantage to the Dirty Mother Truckers as they put up 98 points to Juan Direction's 46. Want to say thank you to our sponsors here at House of Quad, Texas Institute of Orthopedics and Sports Surgery in Grapevine, Kendall Chiropractic and Acupuncture in South Lake, and our very own Fluffy the Great in Louisville, Southwell Massage. Check her out at southwellmassage.com. Also want to take a moment to say thank you to Denton Hampton Inn and Suites, Impress Graphics Denton, Big Mikey's Landscaping for sponsoring our penalty box, Stroud's Fitness in Hearst, Karma Yoga, and of course, Pepper House Designs, longtime HOQ sponsor and FU sponsors. Big thank you to Pepper for her support of all things NTDR. All right, we are going to get back to the track in just a moment. Shelbytron Prime, official review. Talk to us about it.
Okay, Eckleberry was originally called on a track cut by ref Shaun of the Dead. Slick Shoes had murmured that it was not a track cut, so Eckleberry took that as indication that he did not have to serve that penalty, skated back onto the track after being in the penalty box, but while in the penalty box removed his helmet, so now he's sitting a penalty for an illegal procedure, removing the helmet.
While that explanation was being given, Juan Knoxville was called on a penalty. He is now in the Big Mikey's penalty box. Once again, we're Power Jam for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Caught behind a two-wall of One Direction, anchored by Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Juan. Eckleberry Jam makes the pass, gets a lead jammer call.
That footwork by the players of One Direction was just so impressive. They were immediately switching from facing forward and facing backwards. Just kept recycling that same player, and it was really, really fantastic to watch.
Inside line pass, Eckleberry Jam calls it off, but puts up 4.
We have broken 100 points for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Score sits at 46-102.
Official review has been signaled by One Direction.
All right, that will not be counting as an official review for One Direction. Basically, they were questioning why, when the Dirty Mother Truckers jammer went into the box, he was released after, I think, Juan Knoxville was sent to the penalty box. And it's because of the singular penalty, not the double penalty from the previous jam.
That brings us to where we are now. Juan Quixote with the star for One Direction. Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Lead jammer Dr. Feelgood for the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Really impressive defense there from One Direction on Dr. Feelgood.
Rhino with a last-ditch attempt at stopping Juan Quixote. And a track cut is called. Power jam opportunity now for the Truckers. Outside line pass by Dr. Feelgood.
Juan Quixote, out of the pack, called on a no pass, no penalty. Dr. Feelgood picking up 4 points.
We are at Power Jam now for One Direction. Dr. Feelgood in the Big Mikey's penalty box as that jam comes to an end. Power star for One Direction, Juan Knoxville, wearing the star.
Impressive push through for Juan Knoxville there, picking up lead jammer. Knoxville using a lot of power going up against Tip. Squeaking by that outside line, picking up 5 points.
I didn't do anything! I gotta tell your board, shut the fuck up!
Track cut penalty called on Dr. Feelgood. This is Power Jam One Direction. Action continues in this jam as Dr. Feelgood gets forced out by the chosen one.
Tip really trying to hold back Juan Knoxville. got Pound Town jamming. Going straight to the penalty box for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Looks like he maybe had a track cut. Juan for the road, picking up lead jammer, taking some crazy hits to the outside.
That last hit dealt out by Rhino, forced him out and back. Now being held by Taco. Two-wall brace by Just Matt. Rhino is blocking. Juan for the road is pushing. No movement here. Approaching the halfway point of period number 2, 119 on the board for the Dirty Mother Truckers, 63 for One Direction.
Echoberry Jam going up against Juan Coyote. Echoberry running into some problems there.
Forearm penalty being called on Juno Huantes. He's going to be reported to the Big Mikey penalty box. Echoberry Jam working against a braced 3-wall on the backside of the pack. Shelby, we're back where we started with those hard defensive walls by both teams and that slower pace that we saw in the early going of period number 1.
Echoberry Jam sneaking by that inside line, picking up lead jammer. You were absolutely right. It's really hard to keep track of exactly what to do. You don't really expect how each jam is going to go. You're expecting the players to take off at a sprint, and then they really hold it back. It's very, very impressive gameplay.
Echoberry Jam splits the 2-wall.
Ain't One really giving Echoberry some trouble there at the front. Still able to sneak by, picking up a grand slam. One Direction really doing a great job trying to hold back Echoberry, still able to edge by, picking up another grand slam. The Chosen One sitting in Big Mikey's penalty box.
Final 4-point pass by Echoberry Jam takes us to 133 for the Dirty Mother Truckers, 63 for One Direction, 12 minutes and 40 seconds with the clock moving. This is bout number 1 of a doubleheader here on championship night at North Texas Derby Revolution. Official timeout being signaled.
Really quickly, we'd like to go back through and thank a few more of our sponsors. The Abbey Inn and the Abbey Underground of Denton, Texas is the official after-party location of NTDR. It is 21 and up, no cover. The Denton Hampton Inn and Suites. Impress Graphics of Denton. Big Mikey's Landscaping, who of course sponsors Big Mikey's Penalty Box. Stroud's Fitness in Hearst. Karma Yoga. Pepper House Designs, sponsor of House of Quad and the Fighting Unicorns.
It's great to see all the support that North Texas Derby Revolution has received here in the community. as yet another home team season not quite done yet, but we're approaching the finish line of 2015.
I'm getting very, very excited for this game. Last year was just phenomenal gameplay, phenomenal athleticism. I'm very excited to see what both teams have to bring because they are not the same teams that they were a year ago. A lot has changed for the teams, both dynamically and as far as players are concerned.
That is indeed the case. The other thing is, having met earlier this season, it was really only just a 1-point differential, so it's really hard to assess where we are today just a couple of months later. So we'll talk more about that before we get to the start of that bout, but you've made a great choice to be here tonight as we are going to figure out who the 2015 home team champions will be here at North Texas Derby Revolution. Once again, if you're joining us on HOQ TV on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your joining us online in this awesome celebration of roller derby here in Denton. Shelbytron Prime, you know, you've played these games, you've done this work. Now on this side, it must be something to be able to appreciate and see what these athletes are doing here this year.
Absolutely. It's definitely a hot night here at House of Quad. I know the players are tired. I'm so excited. I can't get over the energy of the players. I know Mafia is going to be excited. This is their 4th year to go to the championship, so I think that they've really got something to prove.
And with a sea of green out in the audience behind them, the Hickory Street Hooligans are trying to figure out if they can repeat as champions here in 2015. Not to take away anything from the men, we still have 12 minutes, 26 seconds on the clock in this bout between the Dirty Mother Truckers and Juan Direction. These athletes representing Texas men's roller derby. On the break, I passed by a table that is full of Texas men's roller derby swag, so make sure you get on over there and support them and pick up some TXMRD merchandise.
If any of you are first-time derby watchers and you're confused as to how the rules go or why certain things are happening, there's somebody over in the corner of turn 4 with a sign. So if you need help, flag her down. She'll be happy to teach you everything she knows about the sport.
It's okay to be confused. Just be ready for the test after.
Obi-Wan Kenobi jamming for One Direction. Going up against Dr. Feelgood of the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Dr. Feelgood forced down by Juan and recycled back. And Obi-Wan Kenobi dealing with a wall of his own.
Obi-Wan Kenobi getting lead jammer for One Direction. Meanwhile, Dr. Feelgood really kind of fighting it off at the back of the pack.
Obi-Wan Kenobi engaging the pack just past turn 2. Gets forced out but quickly back in. And a 5-point pass by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Back on the line for Juan Direction is Juan Quixote. Dirty Mother Truckers send out Eckleberry Jam. Tight pack through turn 4 into turn 1.
That's a crazy pack. We've seen a lot of shuffling of skates. Hickory Jam being able to get lead jammer.
We've seen that a few times here in the second period where the pack just gets chaotic.
Absolutely. It's kind of interesting to see because you're not really sure who to watch, whether you should be keeping an eye on the jammer or all the blockers that are quickly going from the front of the pack to the back of the pack and then back up.
I'm going to say that that's where that secret helmet cover pass happened earlier.
Yes.
We'll just blame them.
I agree with you. I think that's what we're going to call it. Hickory Jam picking up a grand slam of 5 points.
Hickory Jam continuing to see success here this evening in this bout.
Looks like some of the blockers fighting it out at the front.
Credit to Juan, who is persistent. He picks up the helmet cover pass for Juan direction.
That was fantastic pack awareness for Juan. He was really looking at how to get through effectively and still be able to take that star pass. He was able to pick up 2 points.
Earlier in just a few jams ago, we seemed to see a bit of frustration on his part, and for him to come back and be able to have a jam like that just shows the heart he has and the ability that he can regain his confidence in a moment like that.
Absolutely. This sport tends to be incredibly frustrating. You have to have what we call jamnesia, where you just forget jam to jam and you have to play each one like it's the beginning of the game. And that's a great mindset to have for any positive player, and 8-1 definitely is one of those.
Right now we've got number 505 for Juan Direction. One Hit Wonder wearing the star, facing off against Dr. Feelgood.
I think One Direction's going to try and cycle in some new people. They see maybe that their original plan for jammers wasn't as effective as they had hoped, so there's no sense in not trying something new.
Feelgood with the lead jammer call. As Haterade heads to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
One for the road tried to take out Taco, and he was able to jump out of the way. Really beautiful from a blocker perspective. You don't expect blockers to be able to move that quickly, and it was very, very clean hit. He definitely would have probably felt it had One for the road made contact.
I think we would have felt it. Plenty of hard-hitting action all throughout this bout. 7 minutes, 18 seconds. The clock is moving. 144 for the Dirty Mother Truckers, 70 for Juan Direction. Juan Kenobi on the line for One Direction, facing off against Hickory Jam.
Really great pack defense at the back for One Direction. They're really doing a good job of holding back Hickory Jam.
In the meantime, Juan Kenobi sneaks through, picks up lead jammer for One Direction.
Tip running up trying to stop Obi-Wan Kenobi, but looked like there was some offensive help there.
Juan Kenobi trusting his blockers, coasting through on that last pass, now meeting some resistance in the form of a 3-wall by the Dirty Mother Truckers.
Taco doing a really good job of trying to hold back Obi-Wan Kenobi. Looks like he is getting called on a penalty. Didn't see what the call was. I think it may have been a clockwise block. Oh, it was a stop block penalty, because he was stopped and prevented Obi-Wan Kenobi from moving forward.
Back on the line for One Direction is Juan Quixote facing off against Dr. Feelgood. One Direction down one blocker. Make that a full set of blockers. It's Dirty Mother Truckers down one blocker.
Very, very tight wall. Juan Quixote really trying to push and get up there. Getting bridged back by Rhino. Letting Dr. Feelgood pick up lead jammer.
Feelgood with a huge burst of speed on that straightaway. Cleared the pack. And now, apex jump. And in. 4 points.
Juan Quixote with some really impressive footwork. Not quite enough to get past just Matt. It looks like he is getting called on a track cut.
Power jam, Dirty Mother Truckers, 5 points on that pass by Feelgood. Truckers looking to put the final touches on this bout as we approach 4 minutes in this second period.
Oh, okay, so the first one was 5 minutes.
Feelgood recycled back. But once again takes that jump through the apex and puts up 5.
Looks like Hickory is getting called on a forearm penalty by head ref Slick Shoes.
Jam comes to a close. We've got an official timeout being signaled. And we'll take a moment to say thank you to all of you for joining us here at the House of Quad. North Texas Derby Revolution Home Team Championship set to go next. In just a few minutes, we'll have some entertainment between games. Preston Cole here to perform. Did an awesome job, Shelby, with the national anthem. I'm looking forward to see what he does for us here between games.
Absolutely. I'm really excited too. He was a fantastic vocalist.
While we've got some time, I just want to pulse check. Who's here to cheer for the Mafia?
It took him a minute. They were sleeping.
Do we have any Hooligans fans in the house? Well, both of y'all are going to have to wait because we got 3 minutes and 11 seconds on the clock on this bout. But we will get to the championship game soon enough.
I feel like we need to do a poll later, like actually have a fan contest and just see who's the most awake.
Or arm wrestling.
Arm wrestling is a great idea. We can host it up here. It'll be perfect. Don't forget to check out the Huck Wagon. Get some delicious food and some drinks.
Make sure you say hello to our friend Huckabee back there at the Huck Wagon. Doing a great job as always. Looks like we're just about set to get back to the action. So that official review was to determine and rule that Hickory, number 8455, based on an egregious forearm, will be expelled from the game.
Oh, the fans didn't like that.
No, they did not.
Sometimes it happens in roller derby. Refs are trying to keep the game safe for everybody.
Not to take anything away from the women's game, but men's derby, we talked about some of the differentiators. Emotion runs high in the men's game.
Yes, it does. Now, I am expecting emotions to run pretty high this evening.
Oh, absolutely. I swore I wouldn't say absolutely tonight, but that merited an absolutely. Hickory Jam wearing the star for the Truckers. But getting through for lead jammer is One Direction's One Hit Wonder. Collective gasp from the crowd as Hickory Jam absorbed a huge hit.
Juno Wantis is in the penalty box. It looked like that was also a forearm penalty. One Hit Wonder calling off that jam.
Approaching 2 minutes in this first bout. Derby fans, let's hear it for both these teams for a hard-hitting bout here in round number 1.
I've got to figure out how to get this crowd engaged before next year.
Obi-Wan Kenobi facing off against Dr. Feelgood.
Obi-Wan Kenobi going down, trying to get by. Is able to be lead jammer. Looks like Taco in the penalty box. Can't see what it's for.
Looks like Dr. Feelgood has twirled quite a few times around that turn. Forced to the infield and recycled back.
Meanwhile, in all the chaos in the pack, Obi-Wan Kenobi picking up 5 points. Impressive defense from One Direction.
Again, moments of brilliance for both teams defensively and some strong offensive blocking on both sides.
Obi-Wan Kenobi calling off that jam in the same stealthy manner we talked about earlier. Barely picking the hands up off the hips, but enough to let the refs know that that's what they're intending to do.
Timeout has been signaled by One Direction. 20 seconds left on the clock. Want to take a moment to say welcome once again to our friends from the Denton Camera Club. You'll see them over in turn 3. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
I was talking to Thorpe a little bit earlier. He's one of the official photographers of NTDR, and he was telling me that this is their monthly field trip, so they decided to come out and hang with us. I think that's really fantastic of them.
It really is. I'm hoping that maybe we'll see some of the results of that work. Big thank you to Thorpe Greiner. Check him out at Thorpeland Photography, where you will see all kinds of shots from every single bout this season. I know he's one of those photographers that within the 2 or 3 days after any bout or any weekend of doubleheader action here at North Texas Derby Revolution, I'm waiting for those pictures to come out.
He and Rudy Holt are very on top of their stuff. Rudy is here as well tonight.
He is. Rudy Holt, again, a long-time fixture here. And I want to say thank you to him as well. Back to the track we go. Hickory Jam for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Juan Knoxville for One Direction.
Very impressive defense from the Dirty Mother Truckers at the front of the pack. Really doing what they can to hold back Juan Knoxville. He's got that breakneck speed, though, able to get lead jammer.
I think the key here in this bout was the strong start that the Dirty Mother Truckers got out to. They put up a quick 30-some-odd points and never looked back.
Absolutely. It's been a very strategic and controlled game.
3 points on that pass. We'll wait for the official signal. So that is the end of the bout. Let's hear it for both these teams. Come on.
Everyone step onto the track. Everyone on your feet, step into the track. Give these players a round of applause. Shake their hand. Give them high fives.
Taking their victory lap. Let's hear it for the Dirty Mother Truckers. Also want to give a shout out to Juan Direction.
For those of you at home and everyone here in the stadium, thank you for joining us. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to kick off the Women's Championship bout.
That's going to be a fantastic event. We will get started with that here in just a bit. So don't go away.
Waiting to see when it's going to start.
All right, don't go too far, Derby fans. Still lots more to come here at North Texas Derby Revolution here at the House of Quad. We'll be right back with the championship bout in just a moment.
We'll figure it out.
Derby fans, it is almost time for the North Texas Derby Revolution Home Team's championship bout between the Main Street Mafia and the Hickory Street Hooligans. Shelbytron Prime, what a bout this is set to be between these two teams.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be really fast-paced. I hope to see it be an equally sided game. I want to see them back and forth with each other.
Both of these teams have been preparing for this moment. Third time in less than a year that these two teams will take the track. So far, in just those 3 games, it is 2-0 in favor of the Hooligans, but the Main Street Mafia is bringing their game here tonight to battle for the championship. This is a bout of firsts. The first time that the NTDR Home Teams Championship is being defended the 2nd year in a row by the champion or the previous year's champion. The first time that a rematch is occurring for the bout, for the championship. So a lot this year's championship and the last game between these two teams, I know it's going to be a hard-fought battle. So much talent across these rosters. I look over the roster of the Main Street Mafia and I look at names like Crash Bandicooter. I look at names like Red Dead Roulette, John Wayne Stacy, who brings bombs every time she hits. These players are going to have to bring it tonight to break their curse and try to claim that championship for the first time.
Absolutely, and you can't undercredit newer players as well. President of the United States, this is, I think, her 2nd or 3rd season here, and she's come really far this season. She went from being a predominant blocker to being a really intense and terrifying jammer. She's very strategic in what she does. Mafia's under new coaches with Weapon X and Rufio, so they've had a little bit of change there, and I think it's been really good for them as a team and a dynamic.
Not to take away anything from the Hickory Street Hooligans, who bring a veteran lineup to the mix. When we look at names like Washington, a steady, consistent blocker and player, where really the leader of this team from a sense of just history. Also, the fast and agile jamming of Kryptonite, the hard hits of the Blocking Dead. The Hooligans have brought their A game and are ready to roll and defend their championship.
Absolutely, and of course they have Captain Ruby Soho, who is a 4-year veteran of NTDR as well, and then they now have Little Bet Fierce, who has definitely proved herself as a very capable jammer this season.
So we will take a moment and meet the teams. Who's ready to meet our championship bout teams? Then let's begin Shelbytron Prime. Who are the Main Street Mafia?
They're saying they can barely carry all over there now.
All right, for the Main Street Mafia. Are you guys ready? We have number 10, Amazon.bomb. 138, Crash Bandicooter. Number 25, White Rabbit. 3.14, Brutal Bliss. 333, Cluster Fox. Coaching the Mafia tonight, we have Weapon X and bench coaching Rufio. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Main Street Mafia. Not skating tonight, we also have Jane Snob and Kamikaze Cowgirl.
That's not the one. next.
As long and sharp as yours. Real talk, down low. Yeah. On the real, your warriors in hip-hop.
Derby fans, I give to you the reigning and defending North Texas Derby Revolution home team champions, the Hickory Street Hooligans. Wearing number 1, Washington. Number 1014, Jenny Hoffa. 2201, Armenian Assaulter. Number 3 is Party McFly. Wearing number 37, Storm McCummon. 45 is $2 Pistol. High Five Kryptonite. 505 The Blocking Dead. 6 Triple R is Lil But Fierce. Number 7, Daughter of Sam. The captains of the Hickory Street Hooligans. Co-captain number 79, Sweet Little Agony. And captain number 720, Ruby Soho. Not skating, but here tonight. Give it up for Vicious Sammy Licious. The coaches of the Hooligans, Flash of Fury and Rip City. Derby fans, give it up for the Hickory Street Hooligans.
So we'll play with it. All right, come up.
Derby fans, that is all that's left. It is time to get to championship action here tonight. Where are the Mafia fans? I don't know. Are there some Hooligan fans in the house? So then I have to ask, who's ready for some championship derby action? Shelvatron Prime, the moment of truth has arrived.
Yes, it has. All right, so on our first jam of the evening for the Mafia, we have got White Rabbit.
Taking the line for the Hooligans is Trip tonight. Waiting for the call that will begin it all. 5 seconds to Derby. Derby fans, let's hear it for these teams. And we're off.
Both teams starting very strong with that impressive defense.
Strong force out of Trip tonight by the Mafia. She's caught behind, goes down for just a moment. No pass, no penalty is a signal, so not lead jam.
That means White Rabbit's still eligible to be lead jammer for the Main Street Mafia.
Trip tonight takes the outside line, puts up Her first pass.
White Rabbit calling off that jam before Kryptonite's able to pick up any more than 4 points for the Hooligans.
4 quick points on that pass for the Hooligans to start the scoring here in this championship bout.
Jamming for the jamming for the Main Street Mafia, we have got Brutal Bliss, an unusual jammer.
Yes, she is, but little but fierce. He is the jammer for the Hooligans.
Immediate star pass to Red Dead Roulette by Brutal Bliss.
Hooligans picking up lead jammer, second jam in a row. Correction, first lead jammer, but second time that they are in scoring position.
Very little bit fierce calling off that jam. What a very quick moving pack. I think that's something we're going to see tonight, a lot of endurance play.
For those of you joining us on House of Quant TV on YouTube, thank you so much for being here on Championship Night. Hooligans in green, Main Street Mafia in black trimmed with red, and we have our first official timeout called here in the early going. My job here is to speculate, Shelby Tron Prime. For 2 jams in, I don't see jitters. These 2 teams are going at it like they picked up where they left off.
Absolutely. Like we were talking about earlier, I think both of these teams have really prepared for this. They're very, very focused, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot of. A lot of very strategic, very intentional gameplay. I don't think there are going to be a lot of kind of haphazard type situations.
Speaking of that, the Mafia's sort of their mode of play has tended to be that very methodical play. Contrast that with the Hooligans, a little bit more of the catch as catch can, hard-hitting action. A contrast, but last time out we saw that the Hooligans did shift their gameplay a bit to try to combat the Mafia. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Absolutely. I think that is a really important thing to take into consideration. Both of these teams, very impressive defense, known for those hard walls, those powerful blockers, those incredibly fast jammers that you don't typically see on other teams. So with all of those things together, I think we're in for some incredibly high-level derby. This is going to be kind of like an all-star game.
It really is. We are going to get word on that official review here in just a moment. But want to say thank you to all of you for being here tonight, supporting local roller derby here at the North Texas Derby Revolution.
Taking it off of somebody else's and put it on her head, so she's going to the box for illegal procedure, illegal payments.
Alrighty, we just got word that. All right. Looks like Red Dead Roulette number 888 is going to be starting this jam in the penalty box. The reason, the star pass was an illegal procedure. Brutal Bliss did not pass the star. Red Dead Roulette took it off of the other player's helmet, therefore making it an illegal star pass.
I saw it as it happened, and so again, it was sort of an interesting move, but one that has some consequences here in the early going. So this will be a power start for the Hooligans. Trip tonight with the star.
Okay, I'm confused. Got it.
So there will be 2 jammers on the line as Red Dead Roulette went into the box, Shelby, as a blocker.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Back on the track, we've got Trip tonight getting lead jammer for the Hickory Street Hooligans. White Rabbit hot on her trail.
Washington forcing out Crash Bandicoot and trying to create space. 2 points on that pass for the Hooligans.
Oh my God, that gave me like an immediate headache. Like racing it.
On the line for the Hooligans, Armenian Assaulter.
Going up against Brutal Bliss.
4-3 blocker advantage for the Hooligans at the start of this jam.
Brutal Bliss being called on a back block penalty. She ran into the back of the opposing team.
Lead jammer, Armenian Salter for the Hooligans. 7 points already on the board at the commencement of this jam. Mafia down 2 blockers and a jammer, but a track cut is called on Armenian Salter. She'll report to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
Brutal Bliss back on the track for the Main Street Mafia. Hooligans have dominant control over the track right now. Both jammers back on the track. Armenian Assaulter trying to get by. Meanwhile, Brutal Bliss sneaking in.
Strong blocking by the Mafia, slowing down Armenian Assaulter. John Wayne Stacy forcing Assaulter to the infield. Timeout being signaled by the Mafia, 3-3 jam. So a lot of action, Shelby, but cancels out in terms of points.
Absolutely, it's only a 7-point differential. And as we stated earlier, just really fast gameplay.
3 points for the Mafia, 10 for the Hooligans. Just over 5 minutes gone in this first period. Last 2 meetings between these two teams were very close affairs, going down to the last few minutes and overtime on the last time out with a 1-point win for the Hooligans.
Yes, the last game with this team was an overtime game, and that was very, very theatrical. That's when they played in the regular season, but I believe you are right about last year's championship. It was a 1-point difference, and what a difference it was. Jamming up against White Rabbit.
3-wall by the Hooligans, anchored by Washington, Storm coming and blocking dead, forcing out White Rabbit.
A little bit fierce, sneaking by that inside line. Very aggressive gameplay from her. She is not holding back this game at all.
Huge difference in her style of play over the last year. Her confidence and courage, really, just to blast through that line and we see the result.
Came up, tried to score some points, able to pick up 1 before calling off that jam, but you are absolutely right. She went from being a little bit more timid and paying more attention to just really gunning for it and just doing, I guess, what she's been taught to do, and that is an impressive thing to see.
She's surrounded by a good cadre of jammers that teach well, and one of those jammers on the track right now, Ruby Soho for the Hooligans. And Red Dead Roulette on the line for the Mafia.
Both teams really not giving away kind of who their main jammer rotation is going to be, and I like to see that. I don't want to know exactly who we're going to see all night. Ruby Soho getting by Mafia defense up at the front, getting lead jammer for the Hooligans.
That inside line has been kind to the Hooligans through turn 2, as most of their lead jammer calls have been gotten on that line.
Ruby Soho taking a hit, but staying strong, not getting hit out, getting through, calling off the jam, able to pick up 4 points for the Hooligans.
Seven minutes in, lots of hard-hitting action, but Shelby, a low 18-point total between both teams. Not sure what that means long-term, but...
You know, sometimes championship games, they can go kind of one way or the other. They can be typically low scoring if the teams are playing really slow and controlled, but this could be one of those where we see 200 or 300 points each team.
Yolandi Disser with the star for the Mafia. Trip tonight for the Hooligans.
Great defensive walls. Not enough to hold back Trip tonight from getting lead jammer.
Trip tonight, the architect of that 1-point overtime win earlier this season behind her blockers. Right now looking to make a run to get more points for her team, but she's got to get through a 3-wall, and she does.
That beautiful footwork, sweeping around, kind of doing a 360 turn, picking up a grand slam. Very impressive to see. Fantastic hit by blocking dead on Yolandi Disser. Hooligans just kind of recycling her around, not letting her get much leeway.
Failure to reform penalty called on President of the United States. She'll report to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
Yolandi Disser getting through the pack. Meanwhile, Trip tonight picking up 5 points and calling off that jam.
Hooligans stretching their advantage to 30 points, 27-point differential here in the early going as we approach 21 minutes left in this first period. Lil but fierce on the line for the Hooligans, White Rabbit for the Mafia.
Hooligans scrambling to take advantage of the front of the pack. White Rabbit up in the midst of their wall.
Mafia doing a nice job of recycling Lil but fierce back. And blocked to the infield is Lil but fierce.
Tried to get an apex jump, or a straightaway jump, I guess, rather, and Red Dead Roulette took her out. Still able to get lead jammer. Washington in the penalty box looks like maybe for a low block.
Red Dead Roulette with a block that holds the Hooligans to 1 point on that pass as the jam was called off. "19 minutes, 48 seconds, clock is moving. As Ruby Soho takes the line for the Hooligans, Red Dead Roulette for the Mafia.
Red Dead Roulette flying up that inside line, picking up lead jammer for the Mafia. Mafia family going crazy in the crowd.
Washington with a huge block that sends out Red Dead Roulette, slowing her advance.
Red Dead Roulette on a power jam. Ruby Soho going to the penalty box. Hooligans not really willing to give up that scoring opportunity, so they're going to do everything they can to keep her back. Red Dead Roulette sneaking back through that inside line, picking up 4 points.
This power jam exactly what the Mafia needed, but the Hooligans did a good job of negating a good portion of that time. 4-wall on the front side, holding back Red Dead Roulette.
Ran into a really strong 4-wall there by the Hooligans, decided to call off that jam. Put 5 more points on the board for Mafia.
White Rabbit for the Mafia facing off against Trip tonight for the Hooligans. Empty penalty box as we get this jam started.
White Rabbit pushing through, able to get lead jammer for the Mafia one more time. Trip tonight sneaking by that inside. Both jammers passed their initial.
Hooligans picking up the pace of that pack to try to prevent the pass. John Wayne Stacy creates an opening, and White Rabbit gets right through.
White Rabbit picking up 4 points before calling off that jam, keeping the Hooligans at 0. That is always very impressive. Fantastic pack awareness. Both teams are known for that, especially their main jammers. And that can really be what wins a game for a team. You can 4-0 a point, like a team to death.
We've seen a shift in momentum as Brutal Bliss takes the line for the Mafia, and Armenian Assault over the Hooligans. Washington with a critical hit to slow down and bring back Brutal Bliss.
Only a 13-point differential right now. Very easy to maintain. Washington toying with Brutal Bliss at the back, getting called on a clockwise penalty. Armenian Assaulter out of the pack. Also no pass, no penalty, not lead jammer.
Brutal Bliss still battling against the Hooligans, blocking dead with a huge shoulder check to slow her down. Lead jammer, Brutal Bliss.
Also, Armenian Assaulter called on a track cut. She tried to jump the apex, so it looks like Mafia will be starting on a power jam. Mafia crowd is starting to get electric over on the first half of the track.
Resetting the action here, we have 2 blockers from the Hooligans on the track. Full set of blockers for the Mafia. Power start sees Red Dead Roulette with the star for the Mafia.
This is definitely the ideal situation for Mafia right now. This could really give them the opportunity to change our lead differential and make up those points. Red Dead Roulette getting through, not lead jammer, however.
Party McFly with one of those signature hits, slowing down Red Dead Roulette.
Amazon.bomb going to the penalty box. Red Dead Roulette really just trying to make up for losing that momentum.
Penalty called on the Hooligans. Armenian Assaulter to the Big Mikey's penalty box. Through for 4, Red Dead Roulette.
Party McFly really kind of laying into Red Dead Roulette there at the back.
She's joined by Sweet Little Agony, making life miserable for Red Dead Roulette. Three wall by the Hooligans, broken up by John Wayne Stacy, inside line. 5 points for the Mafia.
Armenian Assaulter back on the track on her initial pass, finally through the pack.
Red Dead Roulette with a huge apex jump, puts up 4 more.
Very fantastic apex jump at that. We're within 6 points of lead change. Jam called for time.
What a jam by both of these teams. Let's hear it for the Mafia and the Hooligans. 14-point jam for the Mafia. Puts us at a 5-point differential. And an official review has been signaled by the Hooligans. Want to say thank you to our sponsors here at North Texas Derby Revolution, here at the House of Quad, Texas Institute of Orthopedics and Sports Surgery in Grapevine. TIOSonline.net is where you can find them to get more information. Kendall Chiropractic and Acupuncture in Southlake, kendallcare.com. And, of course, Southwell Massage, our very own Fluffy the Great in Louisville. Check her out at www.southwellmassage.com. It's also not too early to talk about tonight's after party. Once we settle who the champion of this year will be, join us at the Abbey Inn and the Abbey Underground in Denton for our after party. 21 and up, no cover. We'll see you there. Waiting to get word on this official review gives us an opportunity to find out where the Main Street Mafia fans are. I'm willing to bet the Mafia want to hear you louder than that. Main Street Mafia fans, where are you? How about some Hooligan fans? It's okay to keep that going. It is championship night here at House of Quad, North Texas Derby Revolution. The Hickory Street Hooligans and the Main Street Mafia locked in another epic battle, 33-26. Only 7 points separate these two teams. Good thing, though, we're only past the halfway point of period number 1. During the halftime of this bout, stick around. Make sure you stop by the merch booth, stop by the Huck Wagon, but also we will get to hear Preston Cole perform. We heard him earlier on the national anthem. Stick around. Make sure that you take a listen to our friend, recording artist Preston Cole at halftime. To all our fans joining us on HOQ TV on YouTube, thank you so much for being with us and for joining us for this battle between the Hooligans and the Mafia. Wish you could be here, but we're thankful that you're with us online for all this derby action.
Down because it is impossible to hear. They can't even hear us. Oh crap. It's gonna get crazy. There's definitely Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after going to the inside of the track and talking with the refs, black 10, Amazon.bomb is being ejected for an egregious back block after returning to the track from the penalty box. And Armenian assaulter number 2201 is serving a misconduct for cursing at the refs when reporting to the penalty box.
Makes sense now why a lot of the conversation I was hearing while up here was both coaches telling their teams, settle it down, let's get it back under control. There's still too much left to go, and you don't want these types of penalties to be the decision factors.
Absolutely. We have 3/4 of the game left. The points are very, very close. It is the beginning of the game, but it is a championship. It's a high-stress situation, and tempers tend to flare in these types of games.
Where that puts us is a power start for the Mafia. White Rabbit on the line. Full set of blockers on both sides for the Hooligans and the Mafia.
Still a very great situation for Main Street Mafia. Even though they're losing a player right now, they do get to start on a power jam because Armenian was the jammer whenever her second penalty was issued. So right now they do have a chance to make up those however many points.
Momentum swing on the side of the Mafia at this point. White Rabbit forced to the infield. Through for lead jammer is White Rabbit, but it took quite a bit of time for that to happen.
Main Street Mafia doing everything they can to hold back returning jammer Armenian assaulter. Crash Bandicooter running to the front, trying to stop her. Impressive hit from President of the United States.
Mafia slowing down assaulter with another strong hit by Crash Bandicooter. Three-point pickup on that pass by the Mafia.
I don't know if you were able to see that in turn one there, but I just love that about Mafia, the way that they play seamlessly with each other. They can go from like a wall to partner blocking one-on-one with anyone on their team, and it is just seamless and it is flawless. I love it.
In the same way, the tail end, the Hooligans did a great job. Party McFly caught behind the pack, did some blocking, but then was able to cycle forward quickly to force the call off of that jam. Red Dead Roulette with the star for the Mafia. Little but fierce for the Hooligans.
A little bit fierce flying by that inside line, picking up lead jammer for the Hooligans.
Track cut is called on Red Dead Roulette. Power jam Hooligans. Back block penalty was called, tail end of that jam. Official review has been signaled by the Mafia.
They retained or lost that first step.
Only 5 points separate these two teams. 10 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock here in period number one. Once again, I want to say thank you to the following sponsors: Denton Hampton Inn and Suites, Impress Graphics Denton, Big Mikey's Landscaping for sponsoring the Big Mikey's Penalty Box, Stroud's Fitness in Hearst, Karma Yoga, and Pepper House Designs. The Trauma Queens also want to say thank you to Anderson Spector and Company, Certified Public Accountants, for their sponsorship of the TQs this past season. I'm curious to ask our friends from the Denton Camera Club if they're having a good time tonight. Looks like they are. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening.
All right, Mafia was disputing whether or not Little Bit Fierce had actually cut the track when Crash Bandicooter had hit her down. She slid across the boundary, but Crash Bandicooter was already being called out for a penalty, so it was not a track cut. Mafia is losing their official review.
Tripp tonight wearing the star for the Hooligans, and she's through. Lead jammer. John Wayne Stacy anchoring a 2-wall. But she picks up a failure to reform penalty and will head to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
Red Dead Roulette sneaking in past her initial. And Tripp tonight calling off the jam after scoring 4 points for the Hooligans.
9 minutes, 49 seconds. The clock is moving. 43 for the Hooligans, 29 for the Mafia. As White Rabbit once again on the line for the Mafia. And for the Hooligans, we've got Little Bit Fierce.
This has been a very fast-paced and intense half of the game.
It's like you're in my mind, woman. That's exactly what I was thinking. Inside line pass, Little Bit Fierce, lead jammer for the Hooligans.
The explosive speed that Little Bit Fierce has never ceases to amaze me. Flying by that inside, picking up 4 points and calling off the jam for the Hooligans.
Brutal Bliss for the Mafia. Trip tonight for the Hooligans. Each team missing a pivot at this point. Strong three walls being shown by both teams.
Trip tonight finding a really big opening there on that inside. Hooligans were busy holding back. Brutal Bliss, so she was able to pick up lead jammer. Coming around for a scoring pass.
According to my unofficial official stats, that I believe is the third jam in a row that the Hooligans have claimed lead jammer, as they have regained control here in the latter portion of period number 1.
Being able to control the pack is definitely crucial in the way that the gameplay goes, and also the ability of getting lead jammer never hurts.
The Hooligans send out Little But Fierce, who's had a strong first half. White Rabbit with a strong half of her own for the Mafia.
John Wayne Stacy and President of the United States really not wanting Little Bit Fierce to get past. Mimi Martini doing everything she could to get up there and stop Little Bit Fierce, but it just was not enough. She was not quick enough.
Time and time and time again, we've seen that explosion of speed on Little Bit Fierce. She loves that straightaway.
Very strategic gameplay by Little Bit Fierce. She actually fell, slid through the boundary, but was still downed, and before she got up, decided to call off the jam. That way she wouldn't incur a penalty.
19-point differential at the 6-minute 38-second mark. That sees Red Dead Roulette take the star for the Mafia to face off against Trip tonight for the Hooligans. Full set of blockers on both sides.
Really impressive shoulder shaking by Red Dead Roulette, flying by on that outside line. Looks like she's looking to make up some points.
Power jam now for the Mafia, but a track cut just as I said that for Red Dead Roulette.
Yeah, she went to jump that apex and barely set that little toe outside of that track boundary, picking up the track cut. And she's picking up a second penalty for a misconduct.
I want to say that's the third or fourth time between the two bouts we've seen tonight that we've seen that one touch happen, and it's so rare, really, if you think about it, when it comes to track cuts, that's really all that a skater would do.
Yes, the toe rule is kind of interesting because if you're still in bounds, it's just very, very strange. If you're already straddling and you get the penalty, it's kind of okay to ride it as long as you don't pass anybody, but if you step out and advance your position, then you automatically get the penalty as well.
Right now, the advantage goes to the Mafia as Red Dead Roulette made a 5-point pass.
And we no longer have a lead jammer. It looks like Trip tonight went into the box. I didn't even see that happen.
She was the one that picked up that extra 30 seconds. But she is back on the track like a whirlwind. Failure to reform penalty on Crash Bandicooter heads to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
Clusterfox doing everything she could to try and stop Trip tonight, but she shoulder shook her a little bit and was able to squeak by. Very impressive season for Clusterfox. It's her first year, and that's always impressive to get to play in a championship game. I mean, I bet that's incredible.
She's one of those several players that we've seen throughout the season improve greatly, and there's nothing like the experience of playing in a championship bout to really amp up your progress. Right now, we have a power start for the Hooligans as Ruby Soho is wearing the star, as the Hooligans have pressed their advantage here in the first period to 62-35 for the Mafia.
John Wayne Stacy doing everything she can to keep back Captain and Fighting Unicorn teammate Ruby Soho. I love to see Captain on Captain action. I always think it's exhilarating. John Wayne Stacy called on a penalty. Good.
Crash Bandicooter with a strong block. Forcing the call off. 4 points for the Mafia on that last pass as we approach 3 minutes left in this first period in this championship bout here tonight.
White Rabbit pushing up against that Hooligan defense. Oh, a little bit fierce hitting Rabbit over teammate Sweet Little Agony.
Hooligans defense has been just so strong, but right now White Rabbit is able to get through.
Did you see that impressive hit from Yolandi Disser? That was a beautifully clean hit.
Yolandi Disser, another one of those talents that has really exploded here on the scene here at NTDR. Party McFly with another critical block, blocking dead, adding to the mix. Three points for the Mafia, 2 for the Hooligans.
We're just inside 2 minutes left in this half. Might have one more jam. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Derby fans, I want to hear you cheer for your teams as loud as possible on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Trip tonight for the Hooligans. Red Dead Roulette for the Mafia.
John Wayne Stacy bridging back trip tonight.
Hooligans with a strong 2-wall. Party McFly working left side. Storm a coming, but Red Dead Roulette is through for lead jam. Push to the infield ever so slightly as Red Dead Roulette, she recycles.
Red Dead Roulette flying by that inside, calling off the jam and picking up 4 points before the Hooligans could grab any more.
Smart move on her part. Gives an opportunity for us to line up yet again. Brutal Bliss taking the star for the Mafia and Ruby Soho for the Hooligans.
Got an 18-point difference with 30 seconds left.
Empty penalty box means we've got all our blockers on the track. Lead jammer Ruby Soho for the Hooligans. Three-wall by the Mafia. Outside line pass by Ruby Soho. Puts up 5.
Both jammers doing really everything they can to try and get by. President of the United States trying to hold back Ruby Soho.
That's so hard to do one-on-one. She puts together another 5-point pass for the Hooligans as they will carry the momentum in the championship bout into halftime.
President of the United States taking a star pass. Not lead jammer for the Mafia.
Soho continues to skate and calls off the jam.
Oh.
Derby fans, we are at halftime.
half is not official yet. We're treating this as an official timeout since Shaun of the Dead has not whistled the half dead.
So we are at halftime between the Main Street Mafia and the Hickory Street Hooligans. Let's hear it for both these teams. Still lots of derby action left to go. But here for halftime, please welcome recording artist Preston Cole. I tell you what, Derby fans, knowing what these two teams have been through, it has been quite an amazing time. Don't forget, these two teams tangled in last year's championship bout. The winners of that bout, of course, the Hooligans. And then earlier this season, they competed during the regular home team season matchups, and it came down to an overtime bout, 1-point win for the Hooligans. So the Hooligans seem to have the Mafia's number at this point. Trust me when I say this is not something you're going to want to miss. The two teams, the Main Street Mafia, the Hickory Street Hooligans, are going to tangle once again, and this time it's again for all the marbles, the North Texas Derby Revolution Home Team Championships to be decided on August 1st here at the House of Blood. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss it.
The basics of flat track roller derby. Brought to you by Antic Skate Boots and the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. The game of roller derby is played on roller skates. The players wear helmets, elbow pads, wrist guards, and knee pads. The track is flat, not banked. Each 30-minute half is broken down into shifts called jams. The group of 8 players at the front is called the pack. The pack is made of players who play the position of blocker. Behind the pack are the jammers. The jammers are the skaters who score points and are marked by a large star on their helmet. When the whistle blows, the jammers try to skate their way through the pack and out the other side, but they will be met with the hips, rear, and shoulders of the opposing team's blockers. When two bodies make contact on the track, this is called a block. Once the jammers have skated their way through the pack the first time, they're ready to begin scoring. They earn a point every time they legally pass a member of the opposing team. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins. The jammers will fail to earn points if they pass the opposing blockers illegally. Any player who performs an illegal action will earn a penalty. So what's illegal? Elbows, tripping, back blocking, and passing out of bounds. Any player who receives a major penalty has earned a 30-second trip to the penalty box. The jam ends when the lead jammer places her hands on her hips, or when 2 minutes has elapsed. 30 seconds later, a new jam begins, and the whole thing starts again.
I'm the subjugator from the ICT Roller Girls, and I'm just going to answer a few questions out of this lovely helmet. Say, cupcakes, cake, or frosting? Cake, for sure. Which skater would you not want to get hit by? Oh, Bruiser from Kansas City. She is the worst and the best. She hurts so bad.
We don't know about you, but we want to look fresh for the new school year and not have to break the bank. So we're hosting a clothing swap right here at House of Quad for zero cost. Bring your in-style clothing and simply swap till you drop. Happy with everything in your wardrobe? Just come by and find some pieces to add and maybe meet some cool people in your area in the meantime. All sizes, all shapes are welcome, and any leftover clothing will be donated to charity. This epic event will be held August 22nd from 1 to 5 at House of Quad, 222 South Mayhill Road, Denton, Texas. We'll see you there.
Hello, I'm X-Mental from ICT Roller Girls, and you're watching HOQTV.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas. Brace yourselves.
I saw the girls doing it and I was like, I can do that.
I got tattooed with another girlfriend of mine, and she always cried when she got tattooed because it hurt, and she played roller derby, and I thought, I don't cry when I get tattooed, so maybe I'm stronger than you. Maybe I can play roller derby. I'm an athlete. I played some sports growing up, and I was a childhood skater, a speed skater. For me, it was just the best of both worlds. I was able to combine my desire to play a sport along with the skating.
It looked a lot more intense than it actually feels. Actually, don't use that at all, because it's really intense, and it sucks sometimes.
I met my husband, actually, in Derby. I'm a triple threat. I play them all. I'm a triple threat. I play everything. Blocker, jammer, and pivot. Blocker and pivot primarily are responsible for playing offense and defense and trying to get their jammer through and prevent the other team from having their jammer get through. And the jammer is basically your offensive person who's responsible for scoring the points.
Having an injury was pretty sucky. I hurt my knee, so I was out for about a month and a half total.
It's usually not a matter if somebody gets hurt. If you're in it long enough, you're going to get hurt. But I've had a broken fibula, torn deltoids, which required fixation with plate and screws. And then I've had knee surgery and I've had foot surgery.
Receiving the 2012 Best Blocker Award from my league. A lot of my league mates voted for me, so that was super awesome. Totally, I didn't expect it, and I also I got 2012 MVP, so that was, I cried. I mean, it was a roller derby award, but I cried because it meant a lot to me. There really hasn't been anything easy about joining derby. It's been very time-consuming, very physically draining, sometimes emotionally draining because you get so involved in it and you just want to get better and better, and at times you do plateau, so that gets pretty frustrating. At the same time, the stuff that's been hard has been so rewarding that it totally works out in the end.
I'm from the Alamo City Roller Girls, here to answer some questions. Who's your derby wife, and when was the first moment that you knew? Well, my derby wife is named Tiana Lucas from the Alamo City Roller Girls, and I knew when she told me that that was happening. How did you start playing derby? Look at me! If you could describe roller derby in one word, what would it be? How about two? All-encompassing.
Hi, I'm X-Mental from ICT Roller Girls, and I'm just going to answer a couple of questions for you. Have you ever had any wardrobe malfunctions on the track? Yes, my teammate, Jammer, the subjugator, fell, grabbed my trousers, and my arse came out and about. It sucked. How do you feel you've evolved as a skater over the time you've been playing? I feel like I'm less of a big hitter than I used to be, and I play way more strategical, because if I go for big hits, I'm a bigger girl, so I just get called in a lot of high looks. Thank you. Come see us. Don't make us come see you. Join the revolution at houseofquad.com.
This is Swear Marie from Duke City Roller Derby, and you're watching House of Quads.
All right, Derby fans, we are here and almost ready for the second period. So, as always, Shelbytron Palm, I think we should pulse check our audience. What do you think?
Well, half of them aren't in here.
But the half that are here are the coolest Derby fans in the world.
Totally so dedicated.
So I got to ask once again, Mafia fans, where are you? Ooh. They made me go, ooh. Hooligans fans! Who's a fan of North Texas Derby Revolution? Period number 2, championship bout. Main Street Mafia at 46, Hooligans 76, but still 30 minutes to a finish. Shelbytron Prime, what a half that was.
Absolutely. That was a jam-packed, fast first half. Very, very physical, very strategic. Had an ejection from each team. Washington has been removed from the Hooligans for egregious and sportsmanlike conduct due to the actions at the end of the first half. And then, of course, we had Amazon.bomb, who got ejected for an egregious back block. I think the officiating is on point. The refs are seeing, like, everything.
Everything.
It is such a well-officiated game. I think the teams are excited. I think they're still really motivated. We only have a 30-point difference, which for a championship game, I'm not expecting that to really matter.
No, it really doesn't tell the story of what's to come. As we have seen emotions run high, we've also seen some methodical and very tight play by both teams. Impressive jamming in the first period. Names like Lil But Fierce stand out on the Hooligans. She has had a whale of a night so far. Defensively for the Hooligans, Party McFly making a huge impact alongside her teammates. Also for the Mafia, big hits being dealt out by people like John Wayne Stacy, Crash Bandicooter, and President of the United States, not to mention some impressive jamming by that team. So again, the story is yet to be written as we begin period number 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. On this jam, we've got Red Dead Roulette going off against Trip tonight. Oh. We're not quite ready.
Oh, they're removing.
Well, we've got some time really quick. Everyone, just a reminder, the official after-party location is at the Abbey Inn and the Abbey Underground here in Denton, Texas. 21 and up. No cover with your NTDR stamp.
5 seconds to the start of the second period. Derby fans, let your teams hear you. Contact on the line between both jammers. Trip tonight engaging Red Dead Roulette.
Fantastic block by the blocking Dead. Party McFly really trying to bridge back. That way she can pull a track cut on Red Dead.
Trip tonight still battling against a four wall of Mafia anchored by Crash Bandicooter.
Red Dead flying by that outside right there, picking up lead jammer for the Mafia.
John Wayne Stacy with a nice block on Trip tonight, slowing down her progress. And a track cut is being signaled on Red Dead Roulette.
Good opportunity for Trip tonight to try and get through her initial pass.
Trip tonight still battling a three wall by the Mafia. John Wayne Stacy right in the mix, but inside line pass as blocking Dead opened up that lane.
Blocking Dead has really been an all-star player tonight. I'm seeing some fantastic strategic plays from her.
She does it ever so quietly, but effectively.
Yes, she isn't one of those players that really makes a big fuss about what she's doing. She doesn't like draw a lot of attention. She just does it and gets back in her wall. Very, very strategic. Red Dead Roulette back on the track, sneaking by, picking up 4 more points for the Mafia. Crash Bandicooter really giving Trip tonight a hard time. Impressive blocking. Red Dead Roulette called back out on a track cut. A little bit of a pile up there on the apex. A little bit fierce, still able to get by and get lead jammer. Really great blocking by Mafia. Impressive wall. Brutal Bliss being called on a multiplayer. That's a thing with the new rules you really have to watch.
A little bit fierce, stays on track, almost got blocked out, but she is so strong on those toe stops, gets through for 4 and calls it off. Official review being called by the Mafia. Gives us an opportunity to say thank you once again to our sponsors here at the House of Quad, Texas Institute of Orthopedics and Sports Surgery in Grapevine. I also want to say thank you to Kendall Chiropractic and Acupuncture in South Lake and Southwell Massage, our very own Fluffy the Great in Louisville. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of the House of Quad. For those of you joining us on HOQ TV, thank you so much for being with us here tonight. I want to send a shout out to our friend Moose, who I know is listening. We miss you having you here, but we thank you for being with us online, along with the other fans that are listening in. If you've just joined us, shame on you. We've got the green jerseyed Hooligans taking on the Mafia in black trimmed with red. 52 points on the board for the Mafia, 83 for the Hooligans at the 26-minute, 26-second mark of this second period.
Black team loses their official review.
Ruby Soho with the star and with lead jammer for the Hooligans. She's facing off against White Rabbit for the Mafia, but she is stuck behind the blocking dead.
Blocking dead sent to the penalty box for a failure to reform penalty. Ruby Soho able to fly by, picking up 5 points. 4 points.
Hooligans keeping up the pressure at the 25-minute, 40-second mark. Red Dead Roulette for the Mafia facing off against Trip tonight for the Hooligans. Good catch by Clusterfucks.
Impressive hit by Clusterfox into Trip tonight, making her kind of lose her momentum, giving Red Dead Roulette an opportunity to try and be able to get lead.
Jenny Hoffa with some nice blocking, forcing back Red Dead Roulette and slowing her progress.
Red Dead Roulette able to kind of sneak by, picking up lead jammer for the Mafia. Definitely a good thing for them.
Trip tonight still working against the four wall of the Mafia. Red Dead Roulette forced to the infield and will be recycled back.
Really impressive recycling from the Hooligan defense. They're not letting Red Dead Roulette get any kind of distance on them.
Trip tonight having the same problem against the Mafia blockers.
Red Dead Roulette able to pick up 4 points. Trip tonight with 0. That was a pretty physical jam. I think both jammers just really had it taken out of them there.
Strong walls, the story of that last jam. 56 for the Mafia, 87 for the Hooligans, as Ruby Soho is on the line for the Hooligans, and White Rabbit once again wearing the star for the Mafia. Hooligans down 2 blockers at the start of this jam.
White Rabbit picking up lead. She's another one of those players that you don't really expect. She doesn't have a lot of that fanfare that you see typically with jammers. We tend to be kind of cockier players, and she just kind of goes in there, she does her job, and she doesn't make a big fuss about it, but she does it very well with incredible precision. Very, very impressive player.
Right now she's having to work hard against a wall of green, chooses to call it off and reset.
True though.
Mafia fans, let your team hear you.
Where's those Hooligan fans?
Brutal bliss for the Mafia, a little bit fierce for the Hooligans.
A little bit of a jammer pile up there, a little bit fierce flying by that outside, picking up lead jammer for the Hooligans. Looking to secure that lead that her team has built.
Failure to reform penalty called on Mimi Martini. She'll go to the Big Mikey's penalty box. Trip tonight picks up 5 on that last pass. Make that a little bit fierce, picks up 5. Shelbatron Prime, we've seen now 2 or 3 jams in a row where lots of action, very few points. Those hits and things that are going on mid-pack are going to take a toll the further we go.
Absolutely, I completely agree. It's just they're getting really, really strategic. They're being very careful on the choices that they're making as far as big hits go. I think both teams are playing very safe right now. I think the thing everybody needs to be the most cautious of are their distances from within the pack. There's a lot of failure to reforms or out of play type penalties happening.
Right now it's Ruby Soho who's picked up lead jammer for the Hooligans.
Ruby Soho, calling off that jam, decided she didn't want to get back in there and try and fight with the Mafia anymore.
She did pick up 2 points on that pass as a timeout is being called by the Mafia.
Who is the number of the second to last on black? Can you see?
I want to take a moment to remind you that tonight's after party is at the Abbey Inn and the Abbey Underground in Denton. 21 and up, no cover. Make sure you join us. If you've got that NTDR stamp, make sure you join us out at the Abbey Inn to celebrate championship night with us at the Abbey Inn.
If anyone's feeling really tense after this high-stress game, you can go see our very own Fluffy at Southwell Massage in Louisville, or if you feel like your back's a little bit out of alignment, you can see Kendall Chiropractic and Acupuncture in Southlake. And, I mean, if you just, like, you know, broke something, I guess you could go to the Texas Institute of Orthopedic Surgery.
That was very skillfully done.
I've had a lot of injuries. I can speak for how amazing TIOS really is, though. Both of their doctors are just fantastic.
Nothing like first-hand testimonials. Don't forget, Derby fans, after this bout, please stick around. We have a lot still to go with a very special presentation that you're not going to want to miss. Stay with us. Right now, though, Shelby, we still have 20 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, which I say fantastic.
I think that's great. I could do this all night.
Official timeout being signaled. When we do get to the action, Trip tonight wearing the star for the Hooligans and Brutal Bliss for the Mafia.
Bliss going up against Trip tonight. Really pushing Brutal Bliss, trying to get through. Party McFly taking her out. Trip tonight picking up lead jammer for the Hooligans.
Hooligans with a nice four wall anchored on the backside by Party McFly, slowing down Brutal Bliss.
Little jammer on jammer action. I always love to see that. Trip tonight going to go ahead and call off that jam. She doesn't want Bliss to pick up any extra points.
40-point differential at the 19-minute, 20-second mark. Clock is moving as we get set for our next jam. A little bit fierce with the star for the Hooligans and White Rabbit for the Mafia. Official timeout has been called.
Red called it. see a phone.
Wilbert Fierce stuck behind Crash Bandicooter and John Wayne Stacy, who delivers a huge hit. Lee Jammer goes to White Rabbit for the Mafia.
Beautiful apex jump by White Rabbit, picking up 4 points. During that official timeout, it looks like we have had Red Dead Roulette foul out. She's not ejected, just got too many penalties. She used all 7.
Yolandi Disser on the line for the Mafia, facing off against Soho for the Hooligans.
We got Yolandi Disser. I think this is her first time jamming tonight.
First time on the line and having some difficulty on the backside of the pack.
Ruby Soho getting through, does not lead Jammer. Got some scrambling from these jammers this time. They're really just doing everything they can to try and get through. Ruby Soho coming through clean, picking up 5 points for the Hooligans.
Yolandi Disser continuing to battle Armenia Salter with a block that sends her out, but quickly back onto the track. Hardy McFly with a strong hit that forced out Yolandi Disser, then drew the track cut. So now we are Power Jam Hooligans, except for a penalty that's been called on Ruby Soho. We'll go the full 2 minutes on this jam.
Sweet Little Agony giving Brutal Bliss a really hard time. Brutal Bliss accepting a star pass, now Jammer for the Mafia. That jam is called for time. You're really starting to see it now. We're within the 3/4 mark. Both teams are starting to wear down. We're starting to see a lot of exhausted players, understandably, of course.
Yeah, the fatigue is really now becoming a factor as these athletes have absorbed not just a lot of contact, but they have just skated their hearts out here for us tonight. So Derby fans, let's hear it for both these teams for an awesome bout tonight.
Storm McCummon told me the Hooligans are not tired, so Storm is feeling good out there. White Rabbit really pushing through that defensive wall.
Lead jammer, White Rabbit.
White Rabbit coming in a little too hot, going to call off that jam, not picking up any points.
But 4 points picked up by Trip tonight for the Hooligans as they are now at 112. 14 minutes, 45 seconds, and the clock is moving.
Beyond, sorry.
Little bit fierce facing off against President of the United States for the Mafia. Just continuously good wall work by the Hooligans that has really made the jammer rotation for the Mafia have to work a lot harder than they want to.
Absolutely, and Little Bit Fierce just ran into a beautiful situation. John Wayne Stacy was going to hit her out, had fallen. She actually would have track cut, but since John Wayne Stacy was down, she got a no pass, no penalty. So she's not lead, but was able to get through that initial pass.
John Wayne Stacy working alongside Yolandi Disser and Crash Bandicooter. Slowed down a little bit fierce, but she is through for 5.
Really starting to hear that Hooligan fan base over here on turn 3 and 4. Big hit from Sweet Little Agony on President of the United States. President getting called on a track cut.
Power jam for the Hooligans after a track cut call on President of the United States. Crash Bandicooter with a huge hit on Little Bit Fierce on the far side, straightaway between turns 2 and 3.
Little Bit Fierce taking a pretty gnarly hit to that inside, looked like from Yolandi Disser this time. Both teams are starting to get very, very serious. It's starting to become a very physical game.
This is where my respect of these athletes in this sport as a fan really comes out. They have battled so hard for so long, and they're still hitting so hard as if it's the first period.
Yeah, that's something that really just kind of doesn't go away throughout gameplay. Sometimes you even start hitting harder because you just want to keep going, and so it's very inspiring to see players still push all the way through a game.
Daughter of Sam making her first appearance on the jam line for the Hooligans. She's facing off against White Rabbit for the Mafia.
Daughter of Sam is one of the newer players to the Hooligans this season. White Rabbit able to sneak by, picking up lead jammer for the Mafia.
Daughter of Sam forced to the infield by Cluster Fox, but able to get back on. No, the track cut is drawn, and Daughter of Sam will report to the Big Mikey's penalty box.
Fantastic opportunity for White Rabbit, getting to be on a power jam, running into Ruby Soho. Storma at the front of the pack, not easing up, still coming by and picking up 4 points. 5 points. And 5 more points for White Rabbit.
Jam continues. White Rabbits put up 10 so far. Official timeout being signaled. 10 minutes, 3 seconds on the clock. 76 for the Mafia, 124 for the Hooligans. As our next jam sets up, we'll get an update on that official review here in just a moment from Shelbytron Prime.
There was just a miscommunication between the refs. They originally thought that Crash Bandicooter had received her 7th penalty. It was her 6th. She gets to stay.
Kryptonite picks up the lead jammer call for the Hooligans as we are now under 10 minutes in this bout. President of the United States sent to the penalty box. Power jam for the Hooligans.
Impressive hit by Cluster Fox on Kryptonite. Kind of pushing her over to the inside onto John Wayne Stacy.
Party McFly, though, with a nice block to move John Wayne Stacy and create a lane for Kryptonite, who calls off the jam after picking up 5. Let's hear it for both these teams. What a season it has been here. The 2015 home team season. Final night, championship night here this evening. 134 for the Hooligans, 76 for the Mafia. Don't forget, after this bout, we will have trophy presentations and MVPs and a very special presentation you're not going to want to miss. So please stick around for what is still going to be a fantastic conclusion after this bout.
President of the United States flying out of that penalty box. Not quite quick enough to pick up lead jammer because Ruby Soho secured that for the Hooligans.
She did some flying herself around that outside line and cleared for lead jammer.
Ruby, go ahead and call that jam off.
Who's deciding MVP?
White Rabbit for the Mafia facing off against Lil But Fierce for the Hooligans. Empty penalty box as this jam gets underway. Crash Bandicooter headed to the penalty box. That looks to be number 7. Five-point pass for the Mafia, courtesy of White Rabbit and her blockers. And the jam is called. Want to take a moment to say thank you to all of our officials, non-skating officials, and our referees for a job well done this evening on 2 bouts. Please join me in a huge round of applause for all of our officials here this evening. Kryptonite wearing the star for the Hooligans, pushing through and gets lead jammer. Failure to reform penalty called on the blocking dead. She'll head to the Big Mikey's penalty box. 5-point pass by Kryptonite to extend the Hooligans' lead. President of the United States with a nice force out to the infield. Kryptonite calls off the jam. 2 points on that last pass. Momentum firmly in the hands of the Hooligans at this point. 5:15, the clock is moving. White Rabbit for the Mafia faced off against a three-wall anchored by Jenny Hoffa, Party McFly, and Sweet Little Agony. And she gets the call. Lead jammer, Mafia. Three points on that pass for the Mafia. Calling off just in time to prevent points being scored by Armenian Assaulter. President of the United States wearing the star for the Mafia. She's facing off for the second time on the line for the Hooligans, daughter of Sam. John Wayne Stacy with a nice shoulder check to send down daughter of Sam twice, but the penalty is called. Lead jammer, President of the United States, Main Street Mafia. Mafia continuing to battle. Daughter of Sam with one skater to beat, but that's Cluster Fox who's working hard. Jam comes to a close. On the line for the Hooligans, Jenny Hoffa. White Rabbit for the Mafia. Skating through, lead jammer, Jenny Hoffa. Jam is called. Let's hear it for Jenny Hoffa and her blockers. Timeout has been called by the Mafia. Once again, Derby fans, make sure you stay with us. At the conclusion of this bout, we will have the championship trophy presentation and also presentation of our MVPs. Immediately after that, you're going to want to stick around because we will have a very special presentation to honor our retiring skaters. There will be a really, really great presentation you won't want to miss. Derby fans, please join me in a huge applause and cheer for both of our teams here tonight for battling so well. Jamming for the Hooligans, Storma Cummin.
Going up against President of the United States. You can feel the love in this building. That is one of the things that I admire most about NTDR. I love how much of a family and a community all the teams are, even like in a situation like this where there should be a lot of animosity. Everyone is still so tight, and I love that.
This league does well in honoring our sport with good sportsmanship, good play, tough play, and that's what we're seeing here tonight from both teams. Storma Cummin forced out by the Mafia, Mamie Martini.
President of the United States flying by that inside underneath Ruby Soho, picking up lead jammer. Storma out of her initial pass.
Yolandi Disser headed to the Big Mikey's penalty box. President of the United States calls off the jam. 4 points on that pass for Storm McCummon. 3 points for President of the United States and the Mafia.
All right, Peggy, we are up to 149 in favor of the Hooligans to 93 for the Main Street Mafia with just a little over a minute left.
I don't want to see this end, but I know there's so much great stuff still to come at the conclusion of this bout. Derby fans, please join us in this last minute and let these teams hear you. Just keep it going. Keep the noise going.
A little bit fierce, getting lead jammer for the Hickory Street Hooligans.
On your feet. Let's give it up for these teams and for everyone here. Apex jump by Little But Fierce picks up 5. Keep it going, Derby fans.
Little Bit Fierce calling off the jam, making sure White Rabbit didn't pick up any extra points.
Last few moments. And that is the bout. Let's hear it for both teams. Great game by both teams. Derby fans, I present to you your two-time NTDR Home Team Champions, the Hickory Street Hooligans. First-time repeat champions for North Texas Derby Revolution. Hard-fought bout against a very strong Mafia team. Derby fans, join me in showing some love to the Main Street Mafia. All right, we will begin with the award presentations. We will present the MVPs, and then we will present the championship trophy to the winners, the Hickory Street Hooligans. Center track to hand out the awards. Please give it up for Shelbytron Prime. MVP awards for the 2015 NTDR Championship bout. MVP blocker from the Hickory Street Hooligans, the Blocking Dead. MVP jammer from the Hickory Street Hooligans, Lil But Fierce. And overall MVP for this championship bout from the Main Street Mafia, President of the United States, Hickory Street Hooligans, center track, please. Trophy presentation is what we'd like to get to, but right now, please join me in a huge round of applause for the 2015 North Texas Derby Revolution champions, the Hickory Street Hooligans. All right, the trophy will be on its way, but right now, one more time, Hickory Street Hooligans, 2015 North Texas Derby Revolution champions. Derby fans, please stay with us as we have a very special presentation. Roller derby is one of those things that takes heart, dedication, and so much more. And right now, here to lift the championship trophy, the Hickory Street Hooligans. Shelbytron Prime, what about this was between these two teams, the Hooligans, champions once again?
It's just incredible to see, you know. I've been with this league since the very, very beginning, and so seeing the growth and seeing these big, iconic moments is just, it's just incredible. I really just don't have the words for it today.
And speaking of iconic moments, in just a bit, we will be honoring some very important people. I don't want to see your thunder, Pino, so.
Oh, no, you don't have to introduce this. I don't know what they're doing about the trophy.
They're doing it right now.
Done it.
Oh, they did it? Yes. Is it okay now?
I'd like to call your attention to the scoreboard wall.
It's me. I got it.
North Texas Derby Revolution, please join us in honoring our departing skaters, Amazon.bomb, Vietnam Noms, Jungle, and Red Dead Roulette. Please also join us in honoring our retiring skaters, Jenny Hoffa, Storma Cummin, Loretta Lucius, and our precious Rosie Crash Bandicooter. Thank you so much for all the memories. We love you and we wish you well in all your endeavors. Derby fans, on behalf of Shelbytron Prime and all of us here at North Texas Derby Revolution, have an awesome good night, and we will see you real soon.